and let's get the stream started for real. I'm going to hang back, enjoy some coffee until chat tells me that they can see me. Cool. All right, Doofus Digital from chat is giving me the go-ahead. So cool. Let's get this show on the road. So hi, I'm Joshua. Today is November 27th, 2016, and today I am working on my project Delver. Delver is an independently created video game. I say it's independent because there are just two of us working on it, and we have no budget. And it's a bit of a passion project. We've been working on it in our free time. I've been on the project 3 years. Chad's been on the project 4 years. So yeah, speaking of Chad, Chad is the other half of Delver. He does all the programming, business, game design, stuff like that. I do all the art, 2D, 3D UI. I do a good chunk of the level design. Lately, I've been doing a little bit more programming, just because Chad has real life stuff to deal with in real life, day job and all that. So I pick up the slack where I can, and if it's something that's a little bit more tricky, a little bit more nuanced, I make requests of him, and he comes through and helps me out there. But again, because it's a passion project, like um, for the longest time, we haven't had very strict, like, kind of discipline as far as like building towards an update and releasing stuff. And I'm trying to get that back into place. I had said I wanted to release this in November. So this November is barely still around. I think there's just a couple more days left in it. So I think what we need to do is we need to sit down and kind of evaluate um, where we're at. I think we're getting to a good place. So if you look back, I think we pushed the September update out early September, and then I said we're going to shoot for November for the next update, and I said that we were going to kind of focus on particle effects and UI improvements, which are both pretty what's the word, like just like either shallow or very superficial improvements. And what ended up happening instead is somehow I got on this bend where I'm like, I'm gonna fix archery myself. So I started like writing code and doing art and effects and all the stuff to support archery, which I think is a good change. And I think it actually adds a lot more some more interesting gameplay stuff that can happen, which is always good. And I also I am doing work on the particle effects, so that has come through. There's a little bit more I want to do before we call it done. But also a side effect of the particle effect work is that we've added further wand differentiation. So the wands now play differently. They fulfill different kind of um, roles as far as combat's concerned, which I think is also good. I think it makes the gameplay a little differently, a little bit more interestingly. And we really haven't done much UI work. Yeah, just little bits here and there, but nothing really consistent. So maybe if you folks are understanding, I think we can call this update mostly focused around like wand and archery improvements, both visually and gameplay ones. Hopefully, folks, just give me your thoughts on that. Because I don't want to keep pushing this update out just to squeeze everything we wanted to get into it. I think sometimes it's okay to shift priorities as things happen, and I'm trying to let you know, so you know where we're at, and so I guess so there's no like, I guess I'm trying to communicate better so I can manage expectations of what we're going to deliver. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. For me, it is noontime, so I guess good afternoon is appropriate. Yeah, so the art here done for this is our promotional art, is done by an artist named Sam Garcia. He goes by the Twitter handle, I believe, @SamCube. Let me just double check that. Yeah, or Sam @SamCube_draws. Um, So let me paste that into chat. So yeah, go tell him that you like his the artwork he did for Delver, and also check out his other artwork. He does like comics and other cool stuff. Okay, so let me. I guess I developed a small script as I've been doing these streams. Let me see. Ba, 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 ba. And not to make it like super, because I don't want to be prescriptive. I still want to have like some uh, kind of like improvisational stuff going on with my streams because I don't really want to. I don't really want to overproduce them. I just want to have them kind of light and easy to do. Um, but I do have like a small framework. So I do my intro, which I've done, and now I'm going to do a Git update. I think Chad may have checked stuff in. Let me sync that stuff. Hmm. GitHub tells me something different than this is telling me, which is strange. Let me take a quick look at that. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. Um, it's in the develop branch. Okay, so he did come through on my ask, which is awesome. I just need to figure out why this is not actually doing what I think it's doing. Or is it? I just can't see. There we go. There we go. So it looks like Chad. Okay, history. Yeah, for some reason, I'm not sure why that wasn't showing up. So I'm not even sure. Some of these looks like he merged a branch in, so some of his changes are old, but they're new as far as this branch is concerned. Let me see if the actual the git log command will recognize that or not. So let me just copy my little git log command. I'm just doing a git log in a repository here so we can see what's going on. Yeah, let's just do a week ago, right? Because generally every Sunday I will do a delta of the work that's happened over the last week. Since I've been streaming every day this week, I've been doing just a smaller delta, just a 1 day delta, just to show that I am making daily progress, which is cool. It also helps motivate me to keep pushing. Um, let me let me see. So let's do a 1 week and let's just see what we've gotten done this week of crazy streaming. Cool. So yeah. Let's just kind of talk through this. Maybe I'll show it a little bit off, and then we'll roll up our sleeves and get to work. Um, yep. So I did something like this is working on the explosion for the fire wand, and it's just basically trying to make it play correctly with the tint color. Yep. So explosions can be tinted. Dust rings on the explosions can be tinted. Fire wand work. Magic missiles can now do splash damage, which is cool. So magic missiles, it is a property now for the modders that if you set the splash damage, the direct impact won't do damage, but the splash will, and the splash has a cubic fall off. So hopefully that feels okay. So here, correcting flyaway child particle Z offset. So explosions have these little particles get kicked off. So they get a particle that gets kicked off, and the particle has a particle emitter on it, which is a little complex, but I think it looks really cool. And I was just fixing their Z offset, so when those particles land on the ground, they're not like floating in midair, and that's what that's about. Fixing particle color. So some of the changes I've made in these previous commits had kind of fixed or had kind of messed up how the stuff that was already in place was working. So I went back in and corrected that. This is I redid the fire wand art to make it look cooler because before it was like this weird kind of like bubbly looking thing, and now it's like this. I don't know. It looks like it has these kind of a crystal wand thing with angles on it. I think it looks pretty cool, kind of chunky. Um, and then here, for debug purposes, I was giving the fire wand 600 shots just so I could just shoot it all day. I put that back down to 6 just so that that's a little bit more representative of what it's like to be actually used when I play test the game. Also, so I don't forget and accidentally, push an update out where something's super broken like that. Magic missiles can now define accuracy, so you can define an accuracy for a magic missile projectile, and that's a float between 0 and 1. So if the accuracy is, I believe, 1, it straight up just goes right down the center. And if it's 0, so at first I thought 0 means like no accuracy. So that would mean sometimes the shots would fire behind you, and that that didn't feel correct. So what I did instead is it does a 90-degree basically a 90-degree cone or a 45-degree cone. I think it's 45. That it could be fall within. Um, so even still at the 0% accuracy, it's still pretty crazy. So I think the one wand that does use it is the magic missile wand, and it has like a 92% accuracy or something like that. So again, um, uh, yeah, let me pull it up. So data, items, and then magic missile wand. Okay, here. So yeah, and it has a shot accuracy of 0.92. So and I think that roughly translates into like 3 degrees of variance. Um, whatever 8% of 45 is kind of the variance it has. Um, and there's a new explosion for the missile wand. I still need to get those. So I need to make what I really need to do is buckle down and make a list of all the wands, their effects, and what needs to be replaced, and kind of go through it that way rather than shooting from the hip. So Chad looks like he fixed thrown potions colliding with player. I think thrown potions now, if they collide with something, I think they immediately explode. Um, um, and I'm gonna play with that. So performance tweak, stop creating new object during particle installations. Yep. So Chad is fixing some of this stuff where I was newing up stuff. I think there was an issue with our cache pool for our particles. Um, so performance tweak, breakable objects to sleep on the floor and not pushable. I tweaked the lightning bolt art a little, tweaked some menu verbiage. Um, so for these are 2 days worth of work. I was kind of feeling burned out on all this particle and sprite art, so I went ahead and switched over to making some rooms just to give my brain a break, and I could still be productive. So that was kind of a fun little aside. But today we're gonna get back to it. Yesterday, I enabled the poison status effect to actually end up on weapons, which may be overpowered. It may not be. It's hard to say. Like we have a lot of these effects are very useful on things with limited use. Um, but when you put them on weapons and you can always poison something, it's interesting. And I may need to dial down the duration just so it doesn't feel so broken. And then it looks like Chad enabled that magic missiles can now play animations. So that is the particle for the magic missile used to be a static sprite, and now it can be an animated sprite, which is really cool. So Makila23 says, what is Dungeoneer? Dungeoneer was the old name of the project before it became Delver. And then just a lot of the code still has that namespace in it. It says maybe the ice one could use some accuracy variation just on pitch, only slightly to give it a less perfect visual. Yeah, I think it already has that, Chris. If I recall correctly. Let me go ahead and fire up Delver, and we'll kind of play through some of these changes I talked about. So I think if we look at um, the ice one is a bit of a one-off. It has a special kind of thing. I think there's an X spread and a Y spread. So yeah, so the Y spread it exists, but if you think we should punch it up, I'm more than willing to try that. Yeah, and I agree. Like they're talking about basically, it's a nice and kind of cheap thing, like for the missile wand. Even though there's just a very slight variation in how it shoots, for the most part, you're still going to hit what you're aiming at, unless it's at long distance, which I think is okay. Um, but I think it just looks visually, it looks better. Just adding just a slight little bit of imperfection. I don't know, it just makes it more believable, I suppose. Yeah, for the ice wand, I'm pretty sure if I shoot like this, there is a slight variation. I can certainly punch that up. It's very minimal right now. Let me just take it up to 11. Let me just take it up to Let's try 5. 5 seems like a nice number that's larger than 2. Okay, so let's play. And let's pitch the old wand. Let's instantiate a new one. Nice, the one we want. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit better. It still has a nice even spread across the X, but the Y variation is nice. And it really, like the chat was saying, it shouldn't really change how it plays. I wonder if we can even go crazier. If we can go like 7.5. Because really, this wand should be kind of a short range weapon like a shotgun. So let's see how that feels. This still feels all right. So Chris is saying, noticed a short bug. It seems like the projectile missiles never go above the crosshair. Let me see if that's actually the case. Yeah, that just might be. Yeah, actually, I think I might know what's going on here. Let me take a look at the magic missile. It's not in assets, it's actually in the source code. Engineer, entities, projectiles, magic missile projectile? Where's the magic missile? Spell magic missile? I think that's one actually. I think the spell is what actually creates the shot accuracy. There we go. Yeah, that's weird. So so what I ought to be doing is I'm calculating the player's forward direction, and I'm rotating it out 45 degrees, and I should be rotating it 360 around the axis, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. Let me debug this a little bit and see if we can get that fixed. So rotate about so I think this particular degrees, axis, axis, axis. So actually the issue is maybe let me test something. So I wonder if it gets worse the more you get off of the z equals 0 plane, or if so yeah, so for the thing with the ice just offsets the x and the y, and the reason I don't like that is because it gives you a box pattern if you just offset x and y. So what I'm doing is I'm rotating to get a nice conical shape. That might be overkill. So Makilo says there's a bug in the camp area where you get to the one edge of the map and you look at the other, you can see the sky is kind of black. What are you talking about, Makilo? That shouldn't be happening? Can you please tell me, Makilo, like where on the map you're seeing this? You're seeing this? Is it down here, maybe? No, because that would mean you only see more sky. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like right there at the tree level, you can see. It looks like. Yeah, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay. Yep, we can. I can address that. It's not. It's not a big thing. Um, so if I aim up, is it even worse? Oh, it doesn't seem to be affected by my actual. So maybe this one isn't working quite what I like as I think it is. So if I do a rotate, say 90. Chris is suggesting it might be the absolute value thing. Let me, because this should always put it in the same spot. So it looks like it's just straight down. It goes to the cursor or down. All the so no, the ABS, all it's doing is just taking the shot accuracy, so um, we get between 45 and 0. That shouldn't matter. So if I do 270, this should be above the cursor if 90 was below. As much as I love the fire wand, I don't want to do that one. Oh, yeah, you're right. It looks like it's still below. Uh, yeah, it's always shooting below, which is weird. Because what this should do is it's going to rotate. It's going to rate. It's going to so this. Uh, so we get passed in a direction, which is the forward direction of the player. The axis, I'm copying so I don't mess that up because I want to know the actual forward direction. And then I do a direction rotate about the Y. Yeah, I can humor you, Chris. Because actually, I only want to. What I want to do is I want to rotate it between 0 and 45 off in one direction, and then I spin that 360. Is what the intent of that was. If that makes any sense. Let's add that to our growing pile of debug wands. Yeah, still the same behavior. Um, I mean, it could just not be a cone, and I can just look how um, the spread metric missile does it, because I think it just does something. I think it does something much simpler, um, where it just does a rotate on. So it grabs the direction, it rotates on the X, and then rotates on the Z. Do I have my chords messed up? Is that what's going on? Yeah. Let me just try. Let me just try copying what this does then. Where's this tempter? I can just do something simple, similar. So let me just vector 3 temp direction equals vector 3. I think it's what this red magic missile's doing. Yep. And um, then if the shot accuracy is not 100%, then I say this temp direction dot set from direction. Let me just see if that was messing it up. Then just need to propagate this down to here and here. Okay, that's looking fine. Let me just real quick just audit and see if direction is being used anywhere else. Okay, so I need to do that. And then I need to be careful. So what I basically want to do is always set this. I always want to do this, and I only want to because this is one. I'm basically changing this to always use this temp direction. So I want to only change this if the shot accuracy is less than 100%. Damien and hello, Damien. Thank you for stopping by. Pertev Gap. Good afternoon. Am I late? No, I've been working about 30 minutes now. I'm going to try to do a longer stream today. I'm going to commit to doing 3 hours. I'm going to try for 4. But to be honest, that all depends on my son and how well he cooperates. So that was 100. Again, I don't know if this is making any difference at all. Let me do something. Let me do some crazy stuff real quick. Let me do. So how about let's always rotate it 45 degrees. And let's do game.rand.next float times 360. So this should always rotate at 45, and this should always spin at 360. And if this is not working, then I'm just going to adopt the approach that the spread one took, even though it's not as perfect, it still would work. Chris is saying, I'm doing another check for shot accuracy above. All that check is seeing if shot accuracy is not 1.0. So that shouldn't matter. So it looks like so it looks like something's wrong because the way it was rotating in an ellipse, and that makes me think that um, so maybe let me just go ahead and just copy the or lift the code from how the spread shot works, where it just does two rotations, one on the X, one on the Y. And yeah. Maybe he's also using different axes than I am, so game.rand.next float times some value. Let's see how this works, because this shouldn't. I'm not rotating about an axis, so I should just rotate the forward direction independent of the forward axis. Yep, and I'm out of shots, of course. Wands, missile. I'm using stranger behavior there. So yeah, the X spread and the Y spread, that's weird. So again, I worry that this rotation is, I think it's in world space and not local space, so it just seems odd to me. Because let me think about it. So we have say vector 3 forward equals new vector 3. This is just temporary code to see if I can make it work, and then I can make it pretty if I need to. Vector 3 right equals new vector 3. Vector 3 up equals new vector 3. Forward. And another thing you need to keep in mind is for libgdx, at least the version we're using, a lot of these operators are done on vectors in place, and they don't actually return vectors, so you got to be mindful of that. So let's do a forward.set, and we're going to copy the direction. So this should be our forward, and then we're going to do um, our right equals 4. So wait, 4 dot cross, and then new vector 3 0 1 0. I'm worried that this cross also, as a side effect, sets the forward. Yeah, it does. So what I want to do is do a right dot set forward dot cross this. So we have a forward. The forward can be almost anywhere, but if we pick the absolute z or the up axis, we can get the right by doing a cross product, and then we can do a up dot set forward dot cross right. So then this should be the up relative to the direction the player is facing. Sinocron says sup. Hello, Sinocron. And then this should be cool. So then what we want to do, let me try doing this just one at a time. So this temp direction rotate. I want to rotate, I think there's multiple definitions for this rotate. So yeah, axis and then degrees. So I want to rotate about the up axis. And let's say we always want to do, let's say 15 degrees. Yeah, for those of you just joining, I'm doing some vector math, so if that's interesting to you, cool, because that's what we're working on right now. So I'm doing a little bit longer stream today. I also think maybe the last hour of the stream or so, or maybe just at a set time. So maybe at 2 o'clock, let's say, I'll do kind of a mod walkthrough of how you can create your own mod. So I know some folks were interested. Pertev Gap is saying, why apples but no pears? The fruit and food selection in Delver is purely random. So is that doing what I expect it to do? I asked it to rotate about the up 15, so if I did minus 15, it should rotate to the other side of the crosshair. And of course, I'm out of shots. So okay, so don't let me forget. Next time, I'm gonna bump up the shots on these wands to be really high, so I can not worry about. Yeah, so that goes to the other side of the crosshair. Though it seems to be a little bit lower than I expect. So if I rotate about the right axis, that should pull it up and down. Actually, yeah, I just mentioned it and I forgot about it almost instantaneously. So let's go to our missile wand. And then, yeah, where were you guys? You're supposed to remind me. And where were you? Okay, so missile wand. And then one of the properties there is charges. Let's just make it 2,000. 200 is probably okay, because I won't go through that many, I don't think. Wands, missile. And then this should rotate it either up or down. That looks to be down. And so intuitively rotating it the other direction should go above the crosshair. So I aim at the center here. It's still not going above. That's really strange. Like the left and right work just fine, but like this whole, I'm perplexed why this is not doing what I think it ought to do. Hmm. Hmm. Uh, Theodore 87 says, I have a question. How do you figure out what programming language to use to make a game? I don't know. It's just, I guess, on what you're comfortable with and what the ultimate, I guess, what your strategy is for the game. If you want it to be only like if you don't care about console support, then almost any language is fine. If you do care about getting it on consoles, then your language choices become a little bit more. Uh, you have to be a little bit more careful about your language choices. But I would say when you're first starting to make games, just use whatever language works best for you. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that Y is up, but let me just try playing around with that. Like Chris said, stranger things have happened. So what if? Because yeah, sometimes maybe I mean I know we swizzle, but maybe it's not at this spot. Maybe it's somewhere deeper in the rendering code. So that was curious. That's behaving like it's rotating about. Hmm. So now on the spread magic missile, the comments there say rotate the X spread, and they're rotating that about the Y axis, and the Y spread they're rotating around the Z axis. So Theodore 87 says, so you say the language only matters if I want my game to be available on to multiple consoles. Um, I mean, like a lot of the consoles, like the PS4 and the Xbox 360, you're better off using like C, C++. Mostly because the APIs they expose expect that. But yeah, if you think about consoles, you definitely need to look at the developer SDK documentation to see like what common um, like if there's a common language or platform you can use, or you could just use like Unity or Unreal and just let them solve that for you. So weird, weird. So when it says when you Google Joshua Skelton, the first link is a little skeleton dancing of meat. Oh no, my last name only has one E in it. Um, see, following, I mean, copying this, it should do the exact same thing um, as the uh, the spread shot, but it doesn't seem to behave the same way. Um, Thank you kindly. Theodore says, thank you for the answers, love the stream. That's very kind of you to say. 2min2 says that, oh, they're looking at, you Google my name. It's weird, like, it just doesn't seem to be doing what I think it should do. Like, trying to get this, for some reason, trying to get this variety. It's so strange. Let's rotate. But yet on this, I'm pretty sure on the spread magic missile, like, it works. I mean, there's something else that's just not. The math isn't necessarily hard. I'm just curious why the API. There are any number of wrinkles that could be messing me up. So the ice wand, it does have. Well, it doesn't have a lot of Y variation. It doesn't seem to. Yeah, I don't know. No. Weird. Let me see where we're actually setting. Temp direction X and Z. Yeah, so see here the projectile. Yeah, so it's assuming the temp direction Z is actually the Y here. Is that what it's doing here? Yeah. Um, so I need to treat. So this is just straight up lifted from the other section, and it's not working either. Weird. Maybe I'll spend a few more minutes on this, and then I'll get to something more interesting. So Chris is saying, "Oh, cool, you can swizzle in Java." Well, you can. I mean, swizzle is just the flipping of chords. I don't think that the framework or anything does it. We just do it manually, just by right here. We're swizzling. Oh, the this the X and the Y and the Z, and we're only setting the X and the Y. Why aren't we setting the Z? Is that what is messed up this entire time? That could be a problem. Hmm. It's still not behaving like I thought. But let me go ahead and uh, pull back my code I'd written to see if this works. Yeah, it's still not doing what I think it should do. So I thought, yeah, as far as I understand it, Chris, it's this. Maybe it's domain specific. So maybe swizzling in graphics means one thing versus swizzling in another like in another uh, context. So then, yeah, so then I think it also means that you also have a position.yx, which would return a um, the y and x floated swapped. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with this. I think I'm just going to revert my changes and just kind of worry about it another day. Um, but yeah, generally you have something like um, so like we have a vector three v equals new vector three. Um, let's say one, two, three. And a lot of times, some APIs will have a swizzle, so you can do like v dot xy, and this will return 1, 2. And similarly, you have a v dot xyz, and this will return, as you expect, 1, 2, 3. And then you could do like a v dot xzy, and this will return uh, 1, 3, 2. Just it's just a handy little helper thing. And the other day I was poking around in Blender on their API, and you can do weird stuff like v.zzz. They have like basically any 2 or 3 dimensional combinations of those they support for some odd reason. But yeah, swizzling is just the swapping around of coordinates. Okay, so let me just revert those changes. I can play around with that later, or maybe if Chad's watching, he can figure out why um, my rotations aren't working. So I mean, in so to kind of to visually describe what I was trying to do, let me just pop up in Blender and uh, we'll do it that way. So and actually with Blender, I can even annotate on here too. So let's say um, let's add an empty. It's a single arrow. Let's turn off that so we can see what that is. And let me rotate it 90. Okay. And can I change the draw scale on this so it's nice and big? 10. Okay, cool. So let's assume this is our player forward direction. Let me see if I have my grease pencil. Yep, I do. Cool. So what I want to do is the first thing I want to do is I want to grab the forward, and I want to rotate it. Come on, grease pencil. For some reason, my Wacom's been weird lately, so I want to rotate it. Some, I can write better than this. Some degree, which is let's say theta, right? Um, and this just should be something as simple as for some reason my grease pencil is not working right. So this should just be forward, rotate about the forward. This is going to be really weird, but let me undo all this. So if I go up here, I could say let's rotate about some theta. Okay, that's cool. And that should stick where I think it's going to stick. Okay, which is cool. But I also want to grab the up. That's relative. That's relative to the forward of the direction. So right. So I want to rotate the forward by the up that's relative to it. And I was trying to grab that because see the problem is because the player can freely rotate their view. Like if I was to rotate this, now that 90 is no longer 90. But I was trying to take a fact of the advantage of the fact that even if you rotate it up like this, if you still take the cross product of this up vector and this, you're still going to get you will still get this vector, which I called right. Come on, Blender. Let me just, yeah, so I'll just call it R. And call this one U. So what I was trying to do is take this up vector, which is the absolute up, you cross that with the player forward to get the right vector. And then from the right vector, you can cross it again to get the correct up vector. Let me try to draw that better if I can. Something like that. Now that's actually up. That's actually 90 degrees to the forward. So then I would still, basically I want to rotate, do this theta rotation with respect to this up vector, and then I want to rotate that about its forward axis, like that. And let's say this is phi, because theta and phi are generally what you use. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. So you have the forward, you cross that with the absolute up to get a right. You then cross the right and the forward to get a relative up, and then you rotate on the relative up to get just an offset here, and then you would spin along this angle phi to get the variation you want. So it looks like, yeah, so Dupas Digital said they're having issues with their Wacom driver and they had to uninstall or reinstall. Yeah, I might try that, or I'll try restarting my machine like cold And if it's still goofing up, then I will reinstall the driver. So I've actually done that sometimes. Sometimes I've come back and my Wacom tablet no longer works. Yeah, so I think my math is pretty solid actually. I'm just curious. I mean, the libg maybe I just don't understand the libgdex framework as well as I ought. Chris says, "Wow, Blender is cool. It should be used to teach in schools. And I don't just mean 3D modeling." Yeah, and Johan says, "I didn't know you could draw like that." So yeah, so this is it's a cool little feature of Blender called Grease Pencil, and it keeps getting better each version. So then you just hold down the D key or delta or dog or whatever you want to call it, and you just draw. What it does is um, what I did is I made what basically it will draw on the plane defined by um, the camera's vector and this little cursor here. It will draw on that plane. So that's why if I wanted, like when I wanted this angle here, this theta angle to be on that plane, I put it in the top view. And then when I wanted to do the up vectors, I put it in the side view, just so that when I draw, it lands where I think it ought. But yeah, so that's the math I'm trying to do. It seems, I mean, it's pretty straightforward 3D math. Um, so don't know why it's not behaving, but we're going to go on to bigger and better things. So let me look at my changes. Let me just discard those changes because they're not super useful. So what I wanted to do, because I mentioned refactoring. um, and Johan says, I'm in Blender right now. That works really great. Good tip. Yeah, no. Some folks are there's I guess there are some folks working on the Blender grease pencil tool, and they're working on making it like a full-fledged like 2D animation tool, which is pretty cool. I just like using it sometimes just to annotate stuff, and especially when I'm trying to explain 3D math. I think that was a fun way to do it that seems to hopefully make sense. So what I want to do with this refactoring, so for those of you who don't know what refactoring is when you take, we have old code and you change it to make it work better. So the refactoring piece I'm interested in doing today is around how we calculate or how we do coloring and other effects for different damage types. So I'll just kind of walk you through the problem and then we'll figure out a solution. So what's interesting is in Delver, you can have enchanted weapons and you can cast magic. And the enchanted weapons or magic will do um, like special types of damage, either like fire or ice or poison or paralysis, right? And so the problem right now is, well, one, these colors are defined in the weapon class. Um, they're actually looks like a non-static method on the weapon class. Um, but which is weird because spells also use this, so I'd want to pull this logic out of the weapon and have it live somewhere that's independent of either. But also, when I did an audit of, let's just say like damage type poison. Let's just look at all the the usages of this damage type. You find that um, so these are okay. These are okay. I'm looking for where basically there are different places where we do. Yeah. So here, this is weapon. I'm pretty sure we did it elsewhere. Let me do color.green. I think that was the big one. Color.green. Not in the editor, but in the main. So yeah, so here the actor, which is a class for all things that can kind of move around, um, it is doing its own selection of color based on damage type that it's separate from the weapon, and it actually doesn't necessarily agree, and actually it leaves some cases out, which is not great. It looks like um, And trap is doing something weird too. I don't know if trap has a concept of damage type though. So hopefully you can see the problem is that um, we need to move the logic for how we determine the coloration and of the of damage type out of the weapon, and also we probably should move damage type itself because I think damage type. If I look here, so you can look at this damage type, and we can look at where it's defined, and it's actually defined on weapon, even though spells use it, and spells are not weapons. So um, if I were to let's create a little class to hold this info, and then we can start having other things reference it when we need to. So it needs to be someplace that weapon and spells can look at. Um, so let me real quick just drop it into. It's not really an entity though either. That's the thing. Um, we have status effects. It's not the same either. For the time being, I'm going to put it in entities even. Well, let me try to think of where this would live. This is like an abstraction um, of an effect, right? Maybe in, not in GFX, maybe in game, that seems to be more kind of core stuff. What about RPG? No, that's more character related stuff. Try to think of a good place for this to live that makes sense. If I were to import it, it would be, it's right over here, like in spells, for example. If you look at like magic missile up here, it should uh, maybe spell. Yeah, so here it imports this damage type from weapon. So Chris is asking like an enum sheet. I'm not quite sure what an enum sheet is, but I want to do is I want to define a static class um, that we can basically query. Um, so just in game could be appropriate. Yeah, that's true. So for those of you who don't know what a static class is, so like a normal class represents something you instantiate. For example, like an item. An item is a class that represents something that we can create multiple of, and they each have their own state. Like, like if we create two monsters, the monsters might have different health values, they might have different speed values and whatnot. A static class doesn't have any internal state. It's almost like really just a way of collecting functions and other values in a logical fashion, if that makes sense. So you cannot, well, most languages won't let you instantiate a static class. So Chris is suggesting just under game would be okay. Yeah, let's try that. Let's just create a new, oh, I just want, so let's just call it, so we call it damage type. I don't want to, I still want to keep the damage type because this name for this enum is appropriate. But what should be the thing that holds it? I'm going to put enums in there, but also going to put in static methods that you can say for this enum, give me back an appropriate color. I'm not sure if I don't want to just be just a giant bucket of, let me just call it damage. Sure. this is a class damage, and then I want to pull over, make sure that's the correct package. Yeah, game, damage type. Let's see, is it, so those are our damage types, and here in weapon, I also want to pull out see, here's some more stuff too, like elemental damage and stuff that might be better. Well, let me see. Let me just make sure this is. I'm not getting too ahead of myself. I can start with by just doing the colors. Get enchantment color. So then let's put that here. Sure. Let's pull those in too. And this takes a damage type. Damage type. If damage type equals this, return color. And also, I want to be able to define these two. So right now we're using pretty like these colors are the default libgdx colors, and maybe want to have a slightly more better way, a little bit more nuanced way of choosing these, and have so we can define them for our specific purposes. Like, I mean, maybe I don't want to vary too far from it, but maybe it will make sense when I get into it. And I don't want the weapon here. It should be damage type. Yeah. Maybe this class name is not appropriate, but I can. I'm also a big stickler for parentheses. So hopefully this doesn't. This might make some folks skin crawl, but whatever. Okay, and then that's looking good. What's this all at? Okay, that should be cool. So this is get enchantment color, but this surely should be get damage type color. I wonder if also, so static color, just trying to think of how I want to structure this stuff. Yeah, I could do a switch. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah. Let me see if I can just do it real quick. So let me select all this. And then let's go into Sublime text because I typically use Sublime when I'm doing crazy um, like text manipulation like this. Okay, so let's select everything. Let's tab it over. Actually, let's go ahead and let's select all instances of this. Get rid of that. Let's select, actually, let's select all instances of this. And I want to say um, case. And let's go to the end here, down to 5. And then I want to return that, get rid of that. Actually, just let's leave this space because that's nice. Okay, and then that should be that. And then I just need to wrap this whole thing in a switch statement and we'll be good. Okay. Why is there an equals here? Case. It's not like there we go. For some reason it doesn't like that qualifier. Okay, whatever. It's I guess it's a little quirk of Java. So I can remove those qualifiers. And then I have my default case of library. Because each of these case statements has a return value in them, I don't need to worry about a break. Normally with switches, you need to be mindful of breaking back out, but that's not the case here. So cool. So that will, you give it a damage type and it will give us a color back. Yep, so yeah, no biggie. Probably a little bit nicer to look at than the if statement. Actually, I need to take a quick break. Sorry, the copy got to me again. Let me just do this. Let me go to put up the old stream / text equals copy strikes time equals. Let's do today would be good. 2016, and let's say 1320. Okay, I'll be And I'm back. Man, I timed that just about right. Woo! Okay. Let me look and see what chat's all about. So Michael says, "Am I catching the tail end of my stream?" No. So I'm planning on at least doing 3 hours, and if my son is is permitting, I will go to 4, but at least 3. So does Delta use tile regions to draw its textures? I mean texture regions. I'm not quite sure what you mean there, Makila23. Okay, and yeah, at 2 o'clock, I'm going to basically go through the process of making a mod, so folks know the best practices. Um, so that way you're not like there's like the preferred way where everything just kind of gets merged together and it works happily, and then there's the non-preferred way, where you kind of smash all over each other's changes, and that's not great. But we're refactoring code to make it beautiful. Okay, so we have this damage, and then we have this damage.damage type. Is that damage.get damage type color? Um, and then let's make a new class called colors. Sure. And what I want this to do is this is where all, like Chris was suggesting, this is going to be just a catch-all class where all of our colors live. So we'll just start throwing in like, let's just grab this, let's copy this, let's go, well, actually we just go back to our friend Sublime Text, and let's just do this real quick. So let's do, okay, so what I want to do is say, let's call this case mundane. Apparently this is a fairly standard thing. I didn't realize. I think D&D and other uh, like Necropolis uses it. But let's do this. Actually, again, why is this so? Select all those. We're going to say this is a color fire equals color, and those are just the default ones. But I would like to change them. But so for our colors, our new colors static class, we can just say black like that. And we need to actually import color from the GDX. Let's grab that import statement. Missed a semicolon there. So we can do something like, now we can, so I could say return colors dot fire. Oh, it wants it to be static. Wait, does this need to? So does this need to be like a public static color? Is that what that wants it to be? There we go. Cool. Makila says, don't forget to fix the sky in the camp area. Yeah, so there's a small issue with our skybox that you can see out of it a little bit. Okay, so that looks nice. So then we just return colors.fire. Do I not need to? I thought generally you need to import that stuff. Maybe not. I don't need this anymore. And then this is actually, can I do? How can I do multi-cursor in? I guess it doesn't matter. I can just do this real quick. This is colors. And colors dot light gray, and then these colors now match up with the lightning. Colors dot magic. Colors dot poison. Colors dot paralyze, and colors dot mundane. Because mundane should be, well, that should correspond to physical, but also it's a catch-all in that Uh, we don't know what it is, so let's give you back this light gray color. So then over here in colors, I've defined them to be, these are the kind of the existing ones. So what I want to do now is go through and try to clean up wherever we use. We have been using this weapon. Actually, I can just do a couple things. I can do this. Let me comment this out. Um, then also up here, get rid of this enum. And this should cause all kinds of problems. So what I need to do is I need to say import com.interrupt.engineer game damage, and then damage type. There we go. So I'm pulling in this damage type enumeration from the damage class. So that makes all that happy again. So this why is there no toString on that? That's weird. Oh, so item. Oh yeah. So this is another issue. Okay. So we'll just work through all these. So item mods. So item mod now needs to pull in entity or engineer dot game dot damage type. That should work fine. Go back to weapon. It looks like, yep, that seems to be okay. Yeah, so making a big change like this, I'm gonna have to kind of just kind of go slow and figure out, like here, like in player, all this damage type stuff is goofed. So up here in the imports, I need to change this to game.damage.damage type. That should fix up a good chunk of what we're looking at. I'm not sure why it's complaining about this. Okay. Okay. So entities, player. So that should be fine. I'm not sure why it's complaining about uh, hmm. Hmm. It's complaining about some override property or some override method, but it's not. I'm not seeing it. So, but if also let me just look at control. Let me look at weapon damage type. If I search for that, that should be a quick way for me to find all the places that import this. This should be game.damage type. That's cool. Game.damage. So just copy this. I guess just paste it all over the place. So boom, there we go. Let's check for damage type all over the place. So this is going to be a pretty big change. I mean, is stuff actually broken, or do we just use it? Like, that's my, yeah. So look, yeah, I guess things are broken because some of these imports aren't actually being used, and yeah, I guess I want to be mindful of making these changes. That if they aren't used, I can just go ahead and remove that import. Up here. import com.interrupt damage near game damage type. And then down here, let's do damage type physical. Damage type physical. Cool. Where was I? Here we go. Okay, so here, we'll paste that there. I guess I could do a find and replace all, but sometimes that makes me nervous. So sometimes it's just for my own sanity, just do this manually. I mean, this should be legitimate. Just find replace all. In fact, let me try that. Let me see what happens. So let me do. Can I just do edit, find, replace? And that's just this file. Edit, find, replace in path. Whole project. I'll replace it with game.damage type. All files. Let's see how that fixes our errors. Still an error here. Yep. So this is around the enchantment colors now, which is so instead of for example here, instead of this hit color should be, instead of sword.get enchantment color, we need to say, let me just go up here, and let's go ahead and do this. Actually, it doesn't matter. And then so damage type. Let's do damage.get damage type color. That should be sword.damage type. Cool. Thank you, Sinhor Bardell. Yeah, so I'm not super used to IntelliJ. So a lot of the things I normally do, like say in Visual Studio and other IDEs, I'm not super used to quite yet. Actually, let me just go ahead and just import both. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? And then I can go back down. And then here I can just leave this as damage type physical. And then let me just copy this. So I think it's going to be like on Breakable 2 has a similar thing where it's not sword.get enchantment color, it's okay. Damage.get damage type color for sword.damage type. Okay, and it's actually I think we might be okay. So all my changes now should give us we should be at parity with where we were. Oh, nope. Okay, so this is messed up. So hit color equals, so it should be that, yep. And it should be this damage type. And then I need to pull that in. So let me go up here to our import statements. Let me grab damage and damage type. Cool. That should clean up those issues. Items. Okay, so there's still more uses. Okay, I knew this. I knew it couldn't be that easy. Uh, does anybody know the IntelliJ shortcut to automatically just import the missing package? What was that saying? You're showing it there for a second. Alt enter. I don't want to do it like that. I want to do import com.interrupt engineer game damage, and then damage type. That I think that's what I need. So now that we just have the damage types, that's cool. So hit color equals damage dot get type color, and then this dot damage type. Cool. Okay, let me fix up this one real quick. Where's it complaining? So I just need to import damage type. There we go. That's taken care of. Wand. I think a lot of these are just going to be resolved by pulling in damage type. Let me go ahead and close all these because it's not super helpful. Okay, let me try running again. Because I'm just trying to get my changes back to parity. Cool. So error. Yeah. Oh man. Joshua. Maybe I can't do this. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe the issue now is because we serialize. Man, because we serialize out the data for the damage type, it will break everybody's save file. Damn it. So this probably is going to be a no-go. I really wish I would have realized this before I got started. Okay, so what instead of okay, so let me. Yikes, this is going to hurt. Crap. Yeah, let me just undo all the changes. Let's go to changes. Okay, let me close out of IntelliJ. So instead of doing it like that, let me just. I'm just going to add a method on weapon to allow us to get the color, and then that should be fine. Repos, GitHub, Delver, get status. Let's do a get reset head, which is hard. Cool. There we go. That should fix our state of our repo. So then instead of doing all that crazy stuff, I'm just going to add a helper method on a weapon and then just live with the fact that spells need to know about weapons even if they're not weapons. Much smaller change and less impact on legacy stuff. Unfortunately, that is, I mean, I know we are in early access and stuff breaks like that, but that would break almost everybody's save file, and that is just something that I can't do. So it's just gonna have to be, just got to live with that. So entities, items, weapon, and then we have this get, or let me just look at the color. So this get enchantment color. So basically, let me do two things. I'm going to go ahead and grab this, and I'm also going to do something like just add a public static color get enchantment color for damage type of damage type, and then I think I still, let me just go through this, undo, there we go. Control C, and then I'll just go here and paste that. And what I want is this is default, and then this needs to be just a switch statement. So switch damage type, and there we go. So this will preserve the behavior, and this will just extend it out to the other places where we're calculating the color incorrectly. I'll just point it to this static method, and it will just return back um, uh, what we think. Now I think I can also still keep this, because the colors live in here now. I can point the color at cool. Just thought I want to be sure. Could you just convert the changes to the save file? Excuse my ignorance, but I have no idea how your engine works. So how our save files work is we just serialize out a lot of the game objects to JSON. So what happens is we try to read them in, the classes that they're trying to serialize to no longer exist, and their save file is corrupted. Okay, but I can still go back to game and create our class colors. We still have these centrally defined, sure. So that way we can mess with those. And then if I just I had this somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So I'm just scaling back the scope of my changes. There we go. Cool. And these can be public static colors. And then this, so the weapon class will be the source of truth for colors now. So actually what I can do is this can just do return weapon dot get enchantment color this dot damage type. And then there we go. And then I can worry about the logic in this. So these colors now need to be switch damage type gives fire return colors dot fire. Cool. Is that fine? It says cannot resolve symbol colors. Graphics color, drop colors. This should be fine. Do I need to import class? Beam.color is cool. There we go. I think we use a third-party serialization library or some built-in one, and I just don't want to mess with it. Unfortunately, that's the reality of like writing your own engine and having folks that are already playing it and using their save data. Is you just have to make changes based upon their needs as well as ours. Like it would be really nice to have these nice clean refactors, but sometimes you can't do that. Sometimes you have to you just have to kind of roll with light. Oh, sorry. So color. like when we were in like when we first got to early access, like I was way more, I guess, cavalier, you could say, about breaking people's data. But now that we're getting closer and closer to release, I really don't want to do that. And it's also good to um, really keep the scope of our changes pretty small. Okay, so this is cool, and let me double check that this actually still has parity um, with what it was before, because I don't want to change, because I want to make sure my changes preserve the existing behavior first, and then we can go forward and make it do something different. And I think mostly what I want to do is ba, 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 like maybe tweak some of these effect colors because that's like super saturated blue, and I want it maybe to agree more with I don't know, maybe not, maybe having a super saturated colors is what makes Delver kind of quirky and cool. Um, but at least I want a single source of truth for all these effect colors, so that seems to be okay. Um, ba, 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 ba. Yeah, no, I've heard of Subnautica. I'm not sure that I guess I didn't realize they had a similar issue as well. Okay, that's cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my search for color.green. And this is where I'm going to change, it's case sensitive. So I'm going to change wherever we're kind of hand calculating uh, the colors for the effect. I'm going to point it to this so we are doing the same thing. Ba, 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 ba. Here too, yeah, maybe I should also for the colors. Um, uh, yeah, maybe I should push all the colors like this slime blood and stuff like that. This just was an easy place for where we can change it. Hammer's Edge says this game looks amazing, by the way. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Um, so yeah, let me just do that real quick. Let me just do. Let's copy this. Let's go over here. Man, so let's do. Click that. And then, ba, 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 ba. So I want to say something like slime, insect, blood equals color like this. This is going to be a public static color. And I just need to fix the casing here. Slime blood, insect blood. And because the colors get serialized out as RGB values, none of this is really exposed outside of the. So that. Let's just put it in our colors. So these are enchantment effects. Blood. Okay. So then here, I could just say colors dot slime blood, and then colors dot insect blood, and then colors dot bone blood, whatever bone blood is. Okay. So here, this is the after hit effect. So here we shouldn't be calculating it out. We should just ask for it. So they know about weapon? Let me just introduce it then. So color. So really it should be color equals weapon dot get enchantment color for damage type. And that should be that. We shouldn't worry about, oh, damage type healing. Um, is that a damage type we have expressed? Where is that coming from? Weapon damage type healing is in there. So let me see, we would have missed that otherwise. So there's healing. And then I want to add a public static color healing equals, and then what are we doing for it here? Color.cyan. Okay, that's cool. So I guess, I mean, in theory, you could have healing weapons, even though that doesn't make sense. Yeah, Hammer's Edge says, I've heard of this game on and off for a while now. How long have you been working on it? Yeah, so I've also been working on it on and off for about 3 years. It's a passion project. We do this in our spare time. So sometimes progress isn't as fast as we'd like it, but you know that's just how things work. And then in weapon, in the switch statements, I need to make sure to do case healing, and then return colors.healing. There we go. Cool. Yep. So that should standardize that, which is cool. Makes the code a little bit cleaner. Okay, let's continue our audit. Player.take damage. Game flash, color green or color red? Oh, interesting. So what is this doing? If damage is, okay, so this is in player take damage. If the damage type is healing, we invert it, so that makes sense. If damage is less than 0, so if we're healing, we show green, and if otherwise we show red. So is it possible to code grappling hooks in Delver by attaching interactable ropes to shot arrows? And then Chris gets all crazy about grappling hooks. So per dev gap, to answer your question, sure. Almost anything is possible. The problem is interactable ropes are they're very difficult to get correct. They are a non-trivial amount of work to make them work correctly. And I'm sure Chris would love to chat with you about making grappling hooks work, because I believe their game does have that. Karakin says, hello, Karakin. Thank you for joining my stream. I guess I've got some new folks in, and I'm coming up on the 2-hour mark. So let me just kind of recap what's going on. So hi, I'm Joshua. I am working on a game called Delver. Delver is a procedural dungeon crawler roguelike thing. We are available in early access on Steam. So if you go to Steam and search for Delver, you will find us. If you want to support us, you can buy the game there. That's really cool. I really appreciate that. If you want to wait for us to release, we've committed to releasing next year. So you can make up your mind then. Let me think what else. I'm one half of Delver. There are 2 of us that work on this in our free time. So I work on this whenever I can. I no longer have a day job. I'm a stay-at-home father, so I spend most of my time trying to keep my son entertained, and you know, all the good stuff that goes with parenting, which is way more exhausting than I thought it would be. I do my regular stream, which is what you're in now. My regular stream is every Sunday at noon Pacific. I usually go for only 2 hours, but today I'm trying something crazy. I'm doing a longer stream today. So today I've committed to 3 hours, and I will go to 4 if my son is being kind to my wife. If If he's being a handful, then uh, I'll have to do something different. I'll probably have to leave. Let me see. Chris says it wouldn't be that hard, but also wouldn't be simple. Um, yeah, like again, the reason I think grappling hooks would also be like the reason we don't have jump, right? Like Delver is designed with not a lot of verticality in mind. Like we simulate verticality, but we don't actually allow you to do a lot of it. Yep, Nickman just hit on exactly what I was thinking. Yep, yep. And again, because we're closer to release, I don't want to start committing to long. And I don't want to draw this out any more than I have to. I think we're in a good place. I think it's nice and tight, and I want to kind of keep the simplicity that we have. For this right here, I'm going to finish up my color audit. I'm going to make sure that it works, and then I'm going to commit the darn thing. So right here, this is where we flash the screen if you get healed or if you get hurt. Oh, mm, so I'll just push those into colors too. So um, let's do color green, color red. So let's just do public static color, and then we'll call this heal flash equals color dot green, and then public static color hurt flash color dot red. And again, I mean, I'm kind of wanting a game dot flash colors dot heal flash and colors dot hurt flash. Cool. That should be nice. Yeah, because I did promise some mod talk today too. So after this, we'll get right onto making some mod. Um, yeah, so Chris is asking me, have I looked at the Dark Messiah Might and Magic yet? You know, he suggested it to me before, and I've not. Unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of time to play games. I think I might even own it, unfortunately, but I will look at it. Also, like Nickman's also pointing out Thief. Like I really loved Thief. Yeah, and Thief was designed around the fact that they had these rope arrows, and I think it's better for it. Um, and Nick Hammer's Edge is saying, do we have script mod support yet? No, we just have it's mostly content support. Okay, so let me go back to my my auditing. So wand get color. So here, yeah, the wand defines their own colors, and let's just go ahead and just do the return weapon dot get enchantment color, and then this dot damage type, I believe is what we're referring to here. And then we can just clean up all. See here, paralyzed is defined as orange. So like, I'm glad I'm doing this just so we can have a nice uniform place to do this. And where is this even being used? Let's find usages. No usages found. Really? Seems odd. Okay. Well, I'll not worry too much about that then. You know that's a candidate for cleaning up. This magic missile projectile. So it looks like by default. So the default here is this new color.green, and that's because that's their old defaults. Maybe so if we go colors dot magic, I think that might be. Let me do a to do verify this is okay. So I think that might mean I have to go back and change some of the things you expect to be green. Okay. Enchant armor. Particle color.green. Weird. So what is Do effect. Oh, so I guess our enchant scrolls also do. Um, Weird. So our so apparently the enchant armor scroll uses some colors too. Um, an enchant weapon probably, yeah. Um, so let's just add. So this is for screen flashes. Let's see. So this is for damage type enchantment effects. And then maybe for uh, so what do I take to make games with solid environment and impossible clipping through walls and stuff? Chris is talking about Uncharted 4 has good rope physics. Hammer's Edge, does it drive plans to add shadows, or are you going for Minecraft-esque flat lighting? So we certainly do not have flat lighting. We have pretty colorful lighting, but no, I don't think we're really worried about shadows. Um, if anything, we would just do like little projected blob shadows, but I don't think I'm really too into that. It might be cool. We could try it, but I'm not super worried about it right now. But it is something interesting to consider. Um, because I don't have a good, this is called public static color enchant. This is a enchant item equals color.green. Okay. And then here on the enchant armor, wherever we use green or wherever we use color, I need to replace that. So here it should be colors dot enchant item. Just copy that. And let's just replace it here. So, and the nice thing here is even though I'm not changing the functionality, everything should live in a single place. We have a single place source of truth. So if we want to tweak colors later, it's pretty trivial. Okay. Yeah. So here again, it looks like spell defaults to green. It should be colors.magic. And I think right now the colors, the magic still is green, even though we've changed the magic missile to be purple. So that's why I'm trying to make some of this uniform. So okay, splash of okay. Again, I think again here's another good example of us figuring out this again in a spot where we don't really need to. So color equals weapon dot get enchantment color for this damage type. Cool. That fixes that. Um, okay, that's what we expect. I don't know if I want to. Okay, this is for the UI. It looks like so. Draw UI. Um, color.green. Yeah, might as well, right? So this is for. I don't know. This is for the scroll. Say scroll effects. I might need to reorganize these later, but oh well. This is for UI. So color.green. So what do I call this? This is the health text. White, red, or green. Okay, so Let's skip that for now. I think I'm getting pretty close to being done with my audit. Um, yeah, and the play button, and this is the erase button. Yeah. Let me think. I need to hurry up and get through this so we can actually get to some of the mod stuff, which is interesting. So let me just call it play button and erase button. So public static color play button equals color.green, and public static color erase button equals color.red. Let's go ahead and update that. This is colors.play button. This is colors.erase button. Cool. Then lastly here, this is the health bar. This is the, let me see. No, this is drawing the heart. So Carrickins says Steam version got any updates recently. So last update was in September, and we're pushing for releasing a update very soon. I originally thought we were going to hit a November deadline. It's looking like I'll just leave those for now. I don't want to mess with them too much. Let me just launch a game, make sure I haven't goofed up things. So Adapunk and says, what are the plans when I'm done with this project? A project with C# monogame, maybe? You know, I don't know. I guess I'll just talk to you folks about what I'm thinking. Is I'd like to get Delaware finished up next year, and also I would like to transition into doing some more work, some more contract work maybe, or maybe a project of my own. And as that kind of ramps up, I'll be able to put my son into maybe a daycare, which would be good for him to socialize, and also will help me work a little bit more. So I'm going to try to figure out how to ramp that up. Again, I guess my main concern here is trying to just become sustainable, because right now I'm not pulling in a lot of income, and I need to figure out how to solve that. Wands. Let's just spawn all the wands and blast stuff and make sure that the spell colors look correct. Okay. Let me just pitch all that stuff. And that was white. I'm not sure if that was correct or not. So this purple, nothing should change there. That's looking okay. Blue, still the same. White, that's cool. Let me spawn in some potions. Red potion, blue potion, potions, green potion, potions, purple potion, potions, dark potion, potions, gold potion, and potions, bright potion. And let's just watch what happens. Black. Looks like healing poison. I think that seems about right. Um, that's cool. If I were to get a scroll of enchant weapon, and then I were to use it, cool. That did what I thought it was going to do. So it looks like my refactor changes are looking okay. So let me just review my changes and then I'll commit them. Um, let me see. Karakin says maybe a survival game. Molestrino says that LWJGL icon. I'm pretty sure that's. I don't know if that's actually present in the actual published version or not. Um, Chris says, do early access games generally get a boost in sales when they go 1.0? So I've spoke to a few developers about this recently when I was at the Steam Developer Days, and it seems like the consensus is yeah. A lot of us do worry that that's just not going to happen because we've been in development for a while, but they still say there is a bump. Molestino says it's like Minecraft. Yeah, I get that a lot. I mean, anything that's low poly and low res textures gets that feedback, so it's not particularly constructive. Um, Gunner Alive 12 says, gosh, love this game mainly because you're a good game in Java and prove people wrong. So I guess thanks. Again, I'm not like the language doesn't necessarily mean the game is good or bad. As long as you just have to be mindful of certain things. Like in Java, you have to be mindful of like it's a managed language, so a lot of the things that trip people up in managed languages apply. Yeah, I think we're going to talk to our Steam folks and see how we're going to market us coming out as 1.0. Um, the textures are Atlas for separate. Yeah, textures are Atlas. They're in sprite sheets. They're defined by JSON. Tells the engine how to split that up. Michael says, want to make a thief-like and low-res poly style together? I know there's a developer out there called Joe Wintergreen, and he's been publishing or tweeting some interesting shots that look like he's already doing that. Like he has the rope arrows, and he has like this low poly city, and he's sneaking around and attacking guards. So you should go check out his work if you're into the whole low poly thief thing. But yeah, Michael, I would love to do. I mean, I'm always up for collaborating with folks. I can't commit to anything right now, but you know, I've tried to ramp up and try to get to the capacity where I can take on more work. Um, the downside of Java is so easily decompiled. I mean, I don't necessarily care if people decompile it. I mean, I don't know. Like right now, I'm more worried about us making a good game and trying to make sure that it's stuff that people like, and not so worried about. Um, cool. That looks good. Good. Whoa, whoa. Why is there a game star here? That's not great. That's Magic Missile Projectile. Let me fix that. So Magic Missile Projectile. Why is there a wildcard import here? So this should be game.damage. Why is there? What's going on with this? Game.colors. There we go. What's going on? Why is everything breaking? Okay, maybe I didn't add that. Maybe there's always been a wildcard import there. I just never noticed. It just seems weird. Why is it? Oh, maybe. Dang it. Did IntelliJ do this for me? Get rid of that semicolon. So for those of you who are familiar with the software development practices, And those of you who aren't, what I'm doing right now is it's a self code review. So I have a series of changes I want to commit, and I'm just looking through the changes and making sure I'm not doing anything crazy. Um, this to do. Yeah, I think for the time being, this is okay. Let me just remove that to do. That's in spell, I think. Yeah, so it's just a process of reviewing changes, and often you do this for your peers before they check in stuff. But because we're such a small team, we're pretty nimble. If I'm making crazy stuff, I will ask Chad. If I'm making crazy changes, I'll ask Chad to review it. But I think these are all pretty okay changes. Nothing. I'm just basically gathering wherever we use libgdx color. I'm putting those into a static class that we define, and then we can change those colors later if we so desire. So cool. Putting colors into a static class. Commit. Crap, I missed that one. Can I undo? And then putting colors in a static class. Commit. There we go. Sync. Cool. Okay, so Chris did confirm that the LWJGL icon is still in the taskbar, which is not great. Let me just real quick while we're thinking about it. I'll just add an issue on our page, on our Git issue. So where is the new issue button? 21 open, create assigned, Delver, issues, new, LWJGL, icon, defaults, icon is present in this taskbar and the start bar. In taskbar. Cool. Perhaps we should fix this. I'm going to mark it as a bug. Player reported. I'm going to assign it to the milestone future, which is just a so we have milestones that are based on like firm dates, and then we have a future one that just represents all the work we'd like to do. Okay, okay, we committed our changes. We've done a sync. I think everything's looking copacetic. Let me real quick just take another quick break, and I'll be back, and then we'll do some modding. We'll make a mod for Delver. So hang tight, and I will be back. Let me throw up my little. Sorry for taking all these breaks, did you guys? Don't know what's up. Text equals. I'll be right back. Winky face. Time equals 11/27/2016. And it should be, say, 14.3. So apparently I have no semicolon. Let me. And I'm back, even before the timer was up. Okay. Um, okay, looks like cool. So Damien says, I sent you an email. If you have time, please read it. Yeah. So yeah, feel free to email me with what's on your mind. You can reach me at Joshua dot or full stop skeleton at gmail.com. Yeah, feel free to talk to me about game development, art, programming, kind of whatever was on your mind. I will do my best to get back to you in a timely fashion. Mm. Chris was suggesting bagel time. Oh man, I haven't eaten in a while. Meh, I'll be all right. I'll push through. I'll power through. Um, uh, Karakin says, I feel like games today try too hard to end up looking too clustered. Clustered? Not quite sure what you mean there. Um, right. Nickman says that games put in as many systems as they can and make sure those instead of making those the systems are useful and polished. Yeah. So again, that's again where I'm trying to end up with Delver, is I know we're not throwing in everything underneath the sink like or underneath the sun like we could, but I'm trying to make sure that the things that we do have in Delver work well, um, and they're solid. Ba, 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 ba. So let's let's do some modding, right? That's really cool. Okay, so PSA time, right? Public service announcement. If you have purchased Delver on Steam, good for you. Thank you for supporting me. I really appreciate that. But what you might not know is when you buy Delver, we also give you the level editor. Um, I don't know no jabs at Minecraft. To be honest with you, I haven't played Minecraft in a couple of years, so I'm not sure the state of it. No shots fired. No. I'm just saying, for my project, I'm trying to keep it small and focused. I mean, it's very typical for almost any project to spiral out of control. So we're trying to keep this small. But for Delver, if you right click here, go to Properties and Local Files and Browse Local Files, you will notice that here's your executable and here is the editor. And you can just launch that. And there you go. You have the editor. But what you also can do is if you create a mods folder here, mods, um, we will pull mod content. Yeah, go ahead and add me on Steam. I don't care. Like, um, I guess here I'll give you this caveat. Please add me on Steam. I'm really cool. I'm really happy to, I guess, talk to folks. Um, I've had one bad experience where a player did add me on Steam, and then they used Steam as their basically their personal request line, and that got tiring really quick because basically they would whenever they're on Steam would ask me to implement certain things. So as long as it's respectful and understand that sometimes I'm working and sometimes I'm just trying to uh, just try to have fun and play a game. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, just add me. It's cool. No biggie. Okay, so let's do. So we added mods. Actually, let's also we can. There should be mods already out there. Let's look at. I don't think we've broken people's stuff. Let me see. Let's go to here to library, Delver, community. Um, Actually, let me do this. Um, ba, 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 ba. So there is a user who goes by Tesla Coil. He does some cool modding stuff. And I'm just going to show off one of his mods again because um, I think he does cool work, and we'll start looking at how his mod works, and then I'll go from there into how you can make your own mod. So let's. I'm just looking at downloading his real quick. So let's just download this. Just download it. There we go. Okay. Open. Cool. So Tesla Coil created a mod called More Weapons and More Armor. And this is actually a pretty decent way to do things. When people feel like there's not enough items in Delver, it's pretty easy to extend and add more items. So I'm going to go into my mods folder and I'm going to copy over into here, Tesla Coils More Weapons. And in here he has a data and he's defined the items in the sprite sheets. This is the correct way to do things. And then he has a graphic for his new weapons he's added, which is correct. So let me, I will open this up with Visual Studio Code. Come on. Open with. Oh well, let's just open up VS Code. And let's do a new, nope, new window. Let's close that. File, open folder. And then we're going to go to, if you don't know where this lives, all your Steam stuff lives in program files x86, Steam, then there should be Steam apps, common, and then you can find the stuff here. So Delver, and then I'm going to select my mods folder, which is cool. And then here is Tesla Coils later. So so this is Tesla Coils mod, and he has a README. So this is his, it's probably good practice to have a README in here. So he's just talking about the things that's added, which is cool. He has his sprite sheet, which is also really cool. And then I guess the important part here is he has a thing called spritesheet.dat, which defines his weapons.ping file, and then it also, I guess he scales this down by 0.75, and this is the name that it uses internally. So up here in these items, when he references the items, this sprite atlas agrees with the name he set for it here. Cool. So let me fire up Delver now, and we can look at his mod. Actually, let me launch it through Steam, because that's probably what most folks are going to be doing. Also, when you are working with mod content, what you probably want to do is go to where is it? Oh yeah, so go to the Generals tab and do a set launch options and add debug equals true. And this way you can quickly generate the items that you created to test them out. So let's look at some of his items. So he has created, looks like they're mostly melee weapons. Also, let me put this over to JSON. Maybe this will help us out a little bit. Cool. Can I get it collapsing? Yeah, I can get it collapsing. So yeah, I guess it's not handling the collapsing. So he's added both melee and ranged, and wands. What else is he added? Yeah, so it looks like he's added those 3 classes of items. So we can go to the camp. Hammer's Edge is saying, do we have any plans for workshop integration? And yes, we do have plans for workshop integration. We're definitely going to have it before we hit version 1.0. I'm not sure when it's going to come online, hopefully soon. So it actually looks like we got one of his wands already. So this is the Fine Staff of Poison, which is pretty cool. And it looks like it shoots poison magic. So let's go ahead and, to get the debug menu, you hit K, and that allows you to spawn stuff in. So I'm going to spawn in this guy and poison him, and he dies. But also, like he defined these melee weapons, so I can get melee 1, and he added a quarterstaff and an iron shovel. So the quarterstaff, and we can test it out. So that's cool. So let's go ahead and let's make. So So if there's anything you'd like to see me make, go ahead and throw some stuff out there. But I'm just going to start making some stuff, and we'll see where it lands. So um, let's make we have to make our own folder here. So let's call this it's called example mod. Cool. And let's see. I want to try to keep the structure similar to Delver, just so you guys have an idea of how to do it. So um, the Delver structure tends to be, oh, pardon me. Let's make a new folder. Let's call it textures. And under that, that doesn't really matter as long as the relative path is correct. So textures. We also need a new folder in here for data. That is important. These definitions have to live in the data. So we also need a new file. We need a sprite sheets.dat. This tells Delver how to slice up our sprite. Let me see. Yeah, Chris notes that the workshop will definitely be key to extending the life and the sales of the game. Yeah, no, I'm also really passionate about mods because I kind of got started on game stuff with mods, like modding Quake was my big one. And I think the community does really cool stuff. They always do stuff I don't expect, so I want to enable that. Yeah. Yep. So Nickman also says in debug mode, L goes down a level, J goes up a level. If there is no level to go up or down into, the game will crash. It's debug, so be careful. Karakin says, add a Bacento, spirits with a blade tip. Halberds are better. Maybe a cursor blade, like a copus. So everybody, let's just make a weapon, right? Let's do textures. Let's do new file. Let's call it. Actually, let's do here. Let's open. Let's fire up Photoshop. So let's do new. I want pixels. In Delver, the default scale for most things is 32 by 32. So we'll keep it at that. So this would be enough space for one item. What we're going to do is I'm going to resize my canvas. And I'm going to resize it maybe 400% this way so we can have 4 items wide and maybe 4 items tall. Cool. I'm going to get rid of the default background so we have the alpha transparency, and I'm going to go ahead and save this out. File, save as, and then I'm going to put it in C:, program files, Steam apps, common, Delver, mods, example mod, textures, and we're going to save this as a PNG, which is the format that Delver expects. And let's call it weapons.ping. And I typically do no compression. They're generally not very large files, so I don't really worry about it too much. And then in here, we need, for the sprite sheets.dat, I'm just going to copy our testa coils because his is simple, and ours is going to be simple too, so let's paste that there. Ours is going to have 4 columns. If you look at here, this is important because when you specify the number of columns, Delver assumes that all the images are square. So it takes the width of the image, divides it by the number of columns, and then assumes that's both the X and Y dimension of your sprites. So that is important. I don't think we need a, I'm not going to worry about, let me look at, do we define scale and stuff like that in ours? Assets, data, items. Or no, sprite sheets. Our sprite sheets are pretty straightforward. I don't know if we actually use the, well, we could leave Y offset, that's fine. And then do the weapons actually use? Wow, items have a 0.5 scale. That's weird. Okay, if that's what we do, that's what we do. Cool. Um, so that should, and we want this to be, I believe, textures slash weapons, because we put ours in a different directory. I make sure that, um, yep, forward slash is what we expect. Does it care about? Yeah, dot ping. And that's, I did that incorrect. So this should move up here. Cool. And then, ba, 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 so we have sprite We need to create a new file for items.dat, which is a JSON. Again, I'm going to look at test the coil since he defined his correctly. And simply, this is a JSON object um, with, how do I describe it? So these properties are either like melee, range, or wands. These are like the weapon types or item types. They can also be, I think, like um, different kinds of like potions and stuff too. Um, and then within here, underneath melee, we have basically what these keys are just tiers. And how this works is this is roughly equivalent to the dungeon level you ought to find this item on. So you should find this one in level 1, this one in level 2. The loot generator does vary that slightly, so um, you won't you won't always strictly see that on that level. But when you bring up the debug menu and you click melee and it has that listing of numbers, that's what this is corresponding to. So let's go ahead and add. For tier 1 is fine. Let's look at our items. Melee, yep, so 1. And then here we have, I'm gonna copy just this is just the basic dagger. And we'll kind of go over the properties and talk about them. Let me see, fix up my tabs. Okay, cool, so can I make this bigger? Visual Studio Code, how to make you bigger. Okay, so hopefully folks can see this. Um, let me see. So Michael says, is there a Delver color palette to make it fit in? No, there is not a Delver color palette. Generally, I just go back to the stuff I've already created and kind of sample from that. We're not super strict on our color palette. I do try to keep it minimalized just so it's manageable. And so it's also, it has a nice consistency. There we go. Well, that scales the whole thing, but that's cool. Yeah, there we go. So maybe that's a little bit more readable for folks. So for melee, so the class that this is going to be is this. You have to give it the full name, but it's going to be a sword. And even though it says sword, sword is just a generalized representation of all melee items. Item type sword, that's fine. And then the texture, and what's important to like how Tesla quoted here is the important thing is to specify what atlas we're pulling from. So in our sprite sheets here, let's call this example underbar weapons. And then over here, the sprite atlas is example underscore weapons. It's going to pull from texture 8. So here that would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it would be this one here. But we want to just maybe just default it to texture 0 because that's the first one. The name. So what did the folks want me to make? Let me go back to that. A Bacento, a halberd, the curved blade, a naginata. Throwing out words I don't understand. Vicento. Okay, that's like a, okay, there's like a pole arm. Um, what else? Copus? Copus. Oh, cool. Okay. What else were people suggesting? A Wolverine claw. um, so Pertup Gap says, what program do you suggest we use for textures if we don't have Photoshop? Um, yeah, so let me see. Um, Pixel Edit is also really cool. Pixel Edit is nice for doing tiled stuff. So I use that on my streams a bit too. So I can close that out. Pixel Edit, we can go File, Import, Tiled Image Animation, and then we can go to where, Program Files, Steam Apps, Common, Delver, Mods, Example, Textures, Weapons, and then we can just pull that in. And the nice thing here is in Pixel Edit, if you hit Tab, it'll tell you what tile you're working with. And those line up nicely with how we do our sprite indices. Yeah, so what else? Michael says Asaprite is pretty good. Yeah, so Asaprite is pretty good. There's Promotion. Man, I think I have tons of. Yeah, I mostly use Pixel Edit. Asaprite is cool. There are lots of them. There's even some free ones out there. I forget. Kerrikins, is my webcam flickering? I know the other day I was wearing a blue shirt, and Chris was saying like my shirt kept changing colors. So maybe it's doing some weird thing where it's like it's trying to focus on. I'm moving around a lot, so maybe it's trying to focus on my face and making things look weird. Voom says, "Sup, Josh? Hey, Voom. Thank you for stopping by. I think I know you in real life. I can't remember what your handle is." Um, but yeah, there are lots of free like image editors that um, that you can use. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Just use whichever one works better for you. Um, yeah, GIMP works. Yeah, there's just again whatever your budget and uh, whatever your budget allows, really. I feel like my shirt is like incorrectly texture mapped and it kind of keeps pulling from like the weird MIP space items. So if you notice for our items, like especially the ones that are like the handheld ones, they assume or they are in a particular orientation. So I think it's better if we kind of follow that. So let's do a quick and dirty. Let's do something like this. Let's just copy this. Then go to our file, open recent. Maybe open weapons. And let's just paste that in there. Use this as some place to start. Just because I want to make sure that basically I want to make sure that my handle size is roughly the same. And then I could play around with like other things. Okay, let's just drag a copy over here. Let's merge that down. I think the Copus or is it Copash also? Copash. But they're different, but they're both cool. Okay, so I'll start drawing that. Actually, let me real quick. Let me just let's save this, and then let's make sure our stuff is actually working. Right, that's probably a good place to be. So let's call this the Copash. That's the name, and all these are kind of self-explanatory. There's a base damage, there's a random damage. So what you do is you take the base plus this. So this would do anywhere from 2 plus 1 to 3. So that's the range it does. The amount of knockback it does. There's the amount of reach, how fast it swings, how long it takes to charge up, and the gold cost, and then what sound to play when you pick it up, And then these are the animations. You can have it play um, when you are doing an attack or doing a charge or whatever. And then there's some more sounds here. Um, these you can create yourself, but I think for now we're just going to keep it to the defaults, either dagger or sword attack animations. Okay, so let's just make sure that this is actually doing what we think it is. Let's save it. Let's fire up. Let's go back and let's just launch Steam. And play. Okay, melee, 1, and there it is, Kopesh, which is what we just created. And there we go. Let's go ahead and just do a little bit of pixel art for fun. And maybe do some other stuff too. Pertup Gap says, is what I'm making the mod tutorial the edge of the game? Can you also upload this stream on YouTube so I may use it for reference later? Yeah, so I upload every single stream to YouTube, which I'm seeing at about 30 some odd right now, which is kind of cool. And if you're watching on Twitch, down below in like my little info panel thing, there should be a link to my archives. So yeah, they all go there. So pixel art time. So a Kopesh is this weird kind of curved blade thingy, which is cool. Let's just do that. Actually, I'm just going to keep the grip and stuff the same for now. So what I'm doing here is I'm just making it one color so I can play with the silhouette. So the Kopesh really should be, so that should be straight up that way-ish. But then it has this crazy like curve to it. So I'm just going to kind of just add and remove stuff until I get the shape I want. And I might need to have it get closer to the handle just because I'm working with a pretty small texture space. Maybe thin this up a little. It doesn't have to be as stout as this blade is. It's cool. Something like that. What does the tip look like? The tip. Again, I'm just fiddling with pixels here to make it look interesting. Maybe you want to. I'm not sure if that was good. Let me something like that. Push this out. Okay, that's looking all right. And yeah, let me see. So let me see. So I try to do it immediately when the stream is over. Sometimes I'm better at that. Sometimes I'm worse about that. For me, it's a manual process where I click the export button, and then anywhere between like 2 to 5 hours later, it shows up on YouTube, and then I go back and I add some comments and stuff to it. Yep. So Tesla Coil says hello. Hey Tesla Coil, I'm actually spending some time doing some modding, and I'm actually using your stuff as an example of what to do correctly. So yeah, that's cool. So what I want to do, I want to add this bright highlight on the bottom of the sword here. Then I want to have maybe this picked out in not such a dark color. Okay, that's all right. Then we kind of quickly get back to this color. Maybe add just a little bit of AA here. Kind of help that curve a bit. So again, this is definitely not this is not canon at all. I'm just doing this as an example. So if folks are interested in modding, Delver is definitely like we love modders, and I'm just kind of walking you through like if I were to do a mod, how would I go about doing it? You know, in hopes that that is successful or is useful. Because I know I typically or I usually get some modders in here chatting and watching. Okay, and then just add some AA to this. Without trying to make it look too disgusting. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really digging how this is turning out, to be honest. I think that might be too much going on in the middle there. Let me clean this side up real quick, clean this side up, and go back through and do this. Sometimes less is more. Just being careful how I do the detailing. Okay. Does Delver use real-time shadows? Nope, Delver does not use real-time shadows. Delver is designed to run on almost any piece of hardware you can throw at it. So the technical stuff it can do really isn't super like super modern. Gross. Yuck. Okay, I feel like the more I mess with this, the less I like it. But oh well. Yep. So that would be an example. So let's just not fiddle with the pixels too much. Normally I'd spend more time on this, but now when we launch Delver, we should be able to create one of these. So play. And actually, since we updated the image, the one we already have should be updated. Yep, there we go. It doesn't look the worst. It looks okay. And then yeah, I mean, obviously it's not finished, but it's looking. Let me fix it a little bit more. Maybe I can stylize it too. Maybe let's do something like, maybe just do this. Backslash delete. Do something like this with a nice. What I could do, let's make a new layer so I can undo this if I don't feel it. Like that. Actually, let's do this, this. we're attempting to do something that kind of looks like a crisp knife, maybe. I think that, again, because it follows the nice like rectilinear pattern, I think it might look okay. Let me just kind of center that. Okay, so erase some of the stray stuff. Now let me grab maybe like on top. Let me put a little guiding line. Like put it in like an obnoxious green color, so I know like more obnoxious than that, like green. Just put a little line like that down the middle, so I know where things ought to line up. And then let me kind of. I want to make sure that this kind of roughly falls equally on either side of that. So I just need to shift this down, which is cool. Okay, so hide that, and then let's merge that down, and then let's play around with how this might look. Because I know, like, roughly this half should be dark, and the other half should be light. I really wonder if the crisp knife should actually just be like straight up, just like out of the gate, like. So go ahead and let's make that one just a little bit taller. So I wonder if it should not even ever be straight, if it should always just be angled. So Tesla Coil is suggesting making boxing gloves so that you can punch everything. Um, okay. Just adding little bits of detail here and there. That might be too much. Let me just add on this side, just brighten up the cell out there. Yeah, that's okay. Actually, let me go, yeah, just, I think this middle line should probably just be the middle blue. And here I can even play around with adding this to something like that. Just breaking up the cell out a little bit so it's not so so extreme. Cool. Yeah, so that's the thing is like Chad and I have discussed it, and like I think we're kind of okay with the lich not being like a big um, HP slog. We're kind of okay with him like if you're lucky you can kill him like in a single hit, which I think we're kind of okay with because he's a magic user, so he does a lot of damage. It's just he doesn't do uh, he can't just take a lot of damage. Because I mean that is I mean like it is a video game trope that the bosses always just have tons of health, but I don't think it's always necessarily interesting. Um, um, yeah, that's looking kind of cool, right? I'm happy about that. So let's do some fun things real quick that probably don't make any sense, but whatever. Let's make a few copies of this, right? Let's do that and like that. Um, and what do we want to do? Let's make real quick. What we can do now is we can simply just let's make a couple copies of this. So let's add a tier 2 Kopesh, and let's call this the uh, let's call this the Fire Kopesh, and we can make the base damage maybe say 4, and the rand damage maybe 4. So this will do 4 to 8 points of damage. We can make the reach a little bit better. But what's cool is we can add an item attachment. Um, I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Maybe. Um, actually, now that I think about it, I'm not entirely for certain when that got added. Bu- 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 let me just do it how you folks might do it. So you can um, go to Steam, library, Delver, properties, local files, browse local files, um, and then I can right click on that and then open the archive. And then I can look at how we've defined the items specifically for this version, because it is slightly different for the latest version in source control, and I can't remember the difference. So I'm just going to copy that there, and then I'm going to maybe paste it somewhere. New folder reference, and then find a folder. No. Project, reference, reveal and explore, which popped it up behind, which is weird. Okay, reference, paste that from the extracted, and then we can look in here, and then let me see if we have the item mods in the bottom or not. Yeah, we do. Cool. So I'm pretty sure if we want to make a fire sword, we can just copy this item mod here. And then on our fire Kopesh, we can add a new property, which should be attachment, no, enchantment. Enchantment. And that should, we could just paste the that fire item mod there. And let's launch that and make sure I'm not lying to you. Okay. Also, if you mess up the JSON, if Delver fails to serialize the JSON, it very well may totally bail. So just be aware of that. So Malay 2, uh, Fire Kopesh of Fire. Yes. Um, did I not update? I thought I update the. Cool. So that worked. Did I not save out our? I thought I saved this. Then we look at. Let me go to VS Code and look at our items, our textures, weapons. Yeah, they should have been updated. That's weird. Let me relaunch that and make sure uh, everything's good. Um, so let's look at chat. The the Zeus bolt sword. Actually, I could make it lightning. That'd actually make more sense, wouldn't it? And Tesla Coil says, I follow a similar philosophy for my game. Enemies with lots of health just aren't that fun to fight. Yeah, I have interesting feelings about the Pit of Doom in the final level too. Because after Chad changed the final level to have that big Pit of Doom, the first battle I had with the big bad, I accidentally fired a one shot at him, missed, and then the wand blasted the orb into the pit, um, which is kind of a bummer. So I jumped in after it and ended my run. There we go. Nice. Yeah. And it's a fire Kopesh, even though it really should be a lightning one. So that's how you can add enchantments to items already out of the gate if you wanted to do that. You can also, you can attach stuff to items. Say Lumao says, "Oh, MG, I love Delver. I didn't know you streamed it." Yeah, I streamed. So yeah, so let me just. So it's 3 o'clock. It's been 3 hours. Um, I just confirmed with my family that everything is looking okay on the sun front. So I'm going to go one more hour. We've been covering. I did some work on unifying the colors for effects. I did some mod talk. Um, let me finish up this mod stuff and then I'll go back to some more work. But yeah, I stream every Sunday at noon Pacific, usually for 2 hours, though I'm gonna try to see if I can do 4 and see if I can still stay productive without boring you folks to death. So, yeah, let's just do something really, really simple. Let's do this. Let's see. I'm just gonna paste this in here and really kind of quick and dirty to steal the palette from that for the other one. So actually go to that's right here. That should be the highlight color. This one should be the next color down. And this should be the next color down after that. And this one should be that next color down. Are my lights flickering? Weird. Hopefully I'm not gonna have a power outage. That would be sad. Put that one there. Cool. Yeah. So let's delete that. Let's merge that down. I'm not sure if I have time for a third one, but maybe for this flame Kopesh, I want to add some particle effects to it. So let's see. Let's look at. I think if I extract out my entities, let me mods, example mod, reference, and let's just pull out my entities, put it in there, because I think I have a particle effect defined there. Let's go here. That should be different now. Go on VS Code, refresh. I thought I saved it. Save. Yep, exactly. That's what I'm going to do right now. Test the quills. I'm going to attach a particle effect to our fire Kopesh. So I believe let me just look at the reference. Like here, for example, if you look at the reference of entities.dat, if you look for candle, Candle actually has a particle emitter attached to it, and that is on the, and it also has a, so the candle has two things attached to it. So let's just lift that entirely, right? So let's go, here's this attached property, and we're just going to copy this sucker. And we're going to go to ours, and we're going to, boom, drop this on there. And it adds, this should add, so basically we should have, this should give us a sword with basically what looks like a candle attached to it. I guess a small note for modders about dynamic light effects. Delver only supports a small number of dynamic lights. So if you add too many, it will basically only show you like I think the 4 nearest. Melee 2, fire coefficient fire, which I didn't pick up the new graphic. But you can see we do have the dynamic lights, and we have the particles coming off of it. So let's quit. Let's do something crazy. Let's make this. Why is the light color? Should be RGB. Is that right? Is light color defined as XYZ? Yeah, light color. Let's just call it RGB, and let's make it. I know it's gross, but the default light, the default fire effect is just straight up red, and I want to say, I think we shipped the most recent version. We do have. Let me browse the data. Let's look at particles and see what particles we can work with. JKLNLP particles.ping. Again, let's just go to our reference, reveal and explore. Reference, and then put the particles there. And go back to base code, look at our reference particles. Yeah, so the fire is not there. Interesting. I thought that was added for the September update. Did I goof and what we can do is there's a row here that might be okay. It looks like file, save as. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not refreshing. Save as. Where is this? Example mod textures. That's right. Okay. File open. Example mod reference particles. These are the particles we're working with. So I want this little bit right here. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 8 through 13 is what I want. And then for our fire coefficient, I want our particle. The property I probably want is sometimes if you can also, what you can do is you can launch. So let's reveal and explore. You can go to just launch delve edit. And for example, I can create a new entity, which is a say just a or basic particle emitter, and I can just change the properties on this thing. So I don't like. So if I hit B, it will show you what it looks like, which is cool. And I wanted to do particle start text as 8 and particle index is 13. Let's hit B and see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that'll be fine for what we're trying to do. And then you can right click on this and say to JSON, and this will generate the JSON that we are interested in. So I'm going to copy this particle start text and particle index, and I'm going to paste it right here. Just it doesn't really matter. I'll just put it up here. Boom. So we have particle start text, particle index. I'm going to make the lifetime a little bit longer, and I'm going to double the z velocity, and then let's see what that gets us. So I'm going to close out delve edit, and I'm going to relaunch Delver. Erase. I'm erasing because when we see about the incidences of those swords, we serialize out all the properties on them, so I want to generate it fresh. Oh, did I mess something up? Uh-oh, uh-oh. So I think this was XYZ. Let me just put that back, which I think is strange, but whatever. Let me relaunch Delver. Did I forget a comma? Yep, that's also what I'm doing wrong too. So my JSON is incorrect. Down here, I need to add a comma. It'll get you. So basically, what happened is I broke the JSON for my mod, so it didn't load in my stuff. Yep, Michael is pointing out my mistake. Testa says, could this be done for the chat weapons or randomly generated during the game? Yep, that certainly can. I was thinking about doing this, but I might reserve it for like really special items, because as you notice, like it will automatically like begin to, it will just, yeah. Also need to fix the Z offset too, apparently, but it will just show. It will just show the particle effect all the time. So I'm not sure if that's what's desirable or only if you have it equipped. But right now the default behavior is the particle emitter is always doing its thing. Yeah, it's looking like the offset's not being read correctly. What's happening is the previous particle was defined at the bottom of the sprite, and this is defined in the middle. So we need to we have to do the z defined twice here, which is weird. So let's get rid of this definition here, and then see how it behaves. And again, now you might notice that the pattern here is very similar to how I normally develop Delver. Is you make kind of these incremental changes, and you hop into engine and see how they look, and then you pop back out. It's a kind of the loop that we use to develop, and it's also very similar for people making mods. So Malay, 2, Fire. That's a little bit better. I'm going to do a couple things. So I'm going to say the Z is negative 0.5. And also I'm going to fix the texture. The texture should be text number 1 and not text number 0. I think that would make things look a little bit nicer. Okay, so erase, play. Okay, let's go ahead and spawn in our fire Khopesh of Fire, which has the cool so it's not quite right. So let's do a few things. Let's make the Z minus a quarter. Let's make the lifetime much longer. Particle lifetime is 12. 20. Particle color, particles collide. That looks fine. That looks fine. Particle random velocity. Okay, and then I think this is enough fiddling for this. I think I'll switch gears after we take a look at this. Definitely. Right now, the particles need more variety. Thank you, Boom. Okay, melee to, there we go. And it's a little bit better. We can tweak this. Yeah, we can tweak it down. We can tweak it all day long and try to get it perfectly lined up. But I think this is hopefully for people who are looking to make mods. Hopefully, this has been an interesting um, hour spent, or hour and a half spent. I guess the big takeaways here are you can attach enchantments if you want by just looking at the bottom of the items.dat that comes with Delver, and there's a weapons enchantments block, and you can just lift one of these out, and you can set it as the enchantment already present on the item. And then also you could attach a list of things to any item, and that can really be anything. Like here, I've attached a dynamic light and a particle emitter, and you could go crazy. You could attach sprites, you could attach models. Um, you can kind of just do whatever your little heart desires and attach as much as you want. You might get perf hits, but it's something you can certainly do. Um, cool. So let's go ahead and I'll play a little bit Delver. Let's go ahead and play latest, right? So what changes? Do I have any changes queued up I haven't committed? No. So the last thing I did is I put all the, so basically the last, for those who are just joining now, I took all of the kind of random instances of where we were. Let me just do another quick audit while I'm thinking about it. Do color dots. Oh boy. So let's not worry about the editor. Let's look at Dungeoneer. Oh man, we're still using colors everywhere, aren't we? Okay. Oh yeah. Silly Joshua, I missed this one. So um, let's close all but this. Close others. Let's open that up, and then I need to have the default there, which I missed somehow. So let's do a public static color, and this is red or default blood. What kind of blood is just equals color dot red? Like defaults blood. Um, Default blood is fine. So blood color is colors dot default blood. Cool. Hit effect. Uh, this is a particle white. Is that okay? We just create some of these. So test the coil. So let me see. So 69 Kappa 69 says, "Hey guys, does anyone have any knowledge about Linux Kali? I'm having an issue and hoping someone can help me." I am not sure. Um, Michael says, "What's the scope of modability? Mostly items. You could add items, and you could also add levels, um, and you could add like props and stuff. Um, to be honest, you could almost make as long. I mean, you can't change the mechanics of the game, but everything else you could pretty much change. So a lot of the visual representation, um, you can change. Okay, so I'm not sure. So this is a hit effect for actor. This just creates white particles. Not quite sure what that's for. Explosion color equals color.explosion. Flash color equals white. And I think this probably gets overridden somewhere depending on the type. Or not. Colors. let's go public static color explosion color or explosion equals color.orange, I think is what it was. Yeah. So this should just be colors dot explosion. So where's this actually, is this even used? That's what I'm kind of curious. Maybe the things that that inherit from this use it. And then maybe add a public static color explosion flash equals color white. So here is colors dot explosion flash. Yeah, in these places sometimes it's just setting the tint to be white, which is okay. Yeah, that's probably okay. The dust effect, yeah, that's fine. I guess I'm trying to replace the colors wherever they have a contextual meaning. Yeah. So maybe I can push these over there. Certainly. Yeah. So Crippy is saying, and people do make HD texture packs. Again, like I said, when you're defining the number of columns, um, right now I just made it. I made it 128 by 128, and I said the columns there are 4 of them, and so it sliced it up into 32 by 32 sprites. If you said there's only 2, then you get 64 by 64 sprites. So yeah, it's just percentage. I think there are some max as far as texture size, but yeah, people have made HD texture packs. I mean, that's cool if people want to do that. Yeah, some of this stuff I just don't want to mess with too much. This is colors hurt flash. Color white's fine there. This is for trap. So colors dot mundane or colors dot magic. Okay, well, I'll stop fiddling with this. I'll play a little bit of Delver. I'll talk about some stuff, and then so we have about half an hour left on the stream. So I'll play a little bit and see where we're at. So let's erase this and let's start fresh. Cool. So for those of you who have not played Delver, this is the starting area. It's a campfire. It's just a minimal place to give you a little bit of lore, a little bit of diegetic sound. There are 2 shops here, one for melee stuff, one for magic stuff. He also has some range stuff. Your gold rolls over between runs, so you could potentially get a little bit of a head start, but nothing too crazy. I guess you missed it, but I picked up the candle behind the shopkeeper, so I'm just going to put the candle in my left hand so I have a little bit of extra light. I'm going to smash these. Even though there's not a very great chance of anything being in there, but sometimes there is. Let's go into the dungeon. Yeah, so once you go into the dungeon, you can't get back out. It should play a little message saying, "Cannot leave without the orb. The door is stuck." Um, this is a nimble broken short bow. So it's just basically it's just trying to let you know that like you can't come back out until you have the orb. And also hopefully this is trying to deter people from like in Delver you can't sell items. So if there is no utility for an item, just get rid of it.
I heard something.
Crap. That wasn't. Oh, it's gonna explode. Okay, there we go. That wasn't again. Okay. Ooh, fire wand. So, okay, so looking good. We got a spike trap there. Let's go down. Got a weird random room again. For the next update, beautifying the dungeons is definitely on. Crap. Okay, on my list of things to do. Let's up the magic. Blast our way out of this. One more shot. While he's slowed, let me just go ahead and. There we go. Now I have some arrows, so I can maybe make short work of this guy. Go up here and recover my arrow. And this is an iron short sword of biting, so this is a better short sword than my dagger. So let's get rid of the dagger. And let's go ahead and see if we can hit that slime. We can. There we go. There's a fine missile wand. Cool. Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder that with some of these changes to the weapons, they might be slightly overpowered, so I might need to kind of tweak the health and armor for the enemies, just to kind of balance out the weapons. But I'll let folks play with the weapons as they are now, to kind of get feedback on what people think. Oh, what hit me? What hit me? Okay, this is getting really annoying. Apparently, sometimes bats get stuck in the ceiling. Using the old fire wand to really explode stuff. There he is. There we go. Defense. Okay. And it's a dead end. Great. Okay. Well, let's see what's over here. And some of these are proximity based, and some of them are time based, so you kind of have to feel them out. Some folks also mentioned that the pressure plate traps are not appearing anymore, so I need to investigate why that is. Let me real quick, while I'm thinking about it, go over to my the issues page on my GitHub and add that. Issues, new issue, pressure plate traps no longer appear. Investigate why they no longer generate. This is a bug. This is user or player reported. And let's go ahead and put this for maybe this update, just to do an investigation and see what's going on with that. Submit new issue. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I could put a little FAQ in the bottom just about some stats about Delver. Oh yeah. We need to tweak the slow speed too, because the slow speed is way too much. So I think it would this. So the slow speed is pretty extreme because with no other physical indicators, like it was hard to tell what was happening. So I think now if we start adding these little particle effects, it'll be more apparent. Just like with like the poison items and stuff like that. I think it helps broadcast it rather than like just you kind of doing these drastic changes. So let me see where that's defined real quick. So um, I want to say in items, ice wand, um, damage type ice. Let me see. Where would this be? Source, engineer, entities, spells. We also I know in status effects we have a slow status effect, which is a slow effect. Is that what's used there in the spells? Magic missile, magic missile. So not just for spell color. Maybe it's in projectiles. Magic missile projectile. Slow. Let me actually. I can just see where this slow effect is actually being used. So it looks like it's used in player and in potion. How is it used for the monsters is my question. So if I can look at their entry for monster, look at slow effect, but it's not used. Poison effect. Weird. I mean, it's definitely getting applied. Strange. Where's ice used? There we go. So, okay, so so the status effects, you can give it a type and it will give you back a slow effect. So that slow effect, it has defaults. Wow, so that is actually, the speed mod is only 0.5, which seems really, let me see. It should be half speed already. Wow, that's weird. It feels much. Let me just put some breakpoints in here and see what actually is happening. Um, ba, 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 ba. Let me see. Webcam is flickering is a glitch in the matrix. Yeah, for some odd reason the webcam is doing some weird stuff. I don't know what to tell you. Nickman says new people are showing up often, and not everyone dares to ask them. Some people don't speak English, so um, yeah. I mean, having a FAQ is probably a good thing. I just have never had a need for that before because I don't know. I mean, I appreciate you folks hanging out with me and the folks that are interested in development. At least my stream are getting a little bit more and more, so it's definitely uh, something that is kind of a cool problem to have. So I just status effect slow. So I need to spawn in a monster, and I need to hit him with the ice wand. And then let's look at and see what's happening. So let's continue. These are old breakpoints that I need to. Okay, continue. Okay, so it is calling the slow effect with the default value of 0.5. So, yeah. So yeah, then we add the status effect to, yeah. So maybe 0.5 is too much. Maybe um, uh, 0.75 is more appropriate. We can ballpark it. We can see what feels good. Um, so Xenorex1 says, I have a question. Let's say you have enum actors red, blue, none, and you want to distribute these over an array actors so that 25% of the array containing blue actors, 25% red act. Um, let me see. So I have 3 enums. I want to distribute these over an array. Um, I mean, this sounds like a programming interview question. It's not super hard. I mean, you just like, you just do like, for example, let me just do it. I could probably do it really quick in say Python. Um, so let me jack this up so folks can see what's going on. So let's make this size 24. And let's say, so he's saying we have, say, actors equals red, blue, none actors. So it is a tuple of that, and um, so it looks like, yeah, you just do something like, so whatever the length of the thing you want to populate is. So let's have a function called do it, which takes in the L. Uh, percent equals len of L times 0.25 for um, I in range len of L if I less than percent L at I equals red. L if I less than percent times 2. L at I equals blue. And return L. Should do it, I think. So let's say L is equal to none for underbar in range 10. So we have a list of 10 nuns, and then we could say do it on L. And I mean, you have some float issues, but yeah, that's kind of roughly how I'd approach that, if that makes any sense. So I would just special case out how much of each you want. It also helps that I started off with an array of the default value, and then I just changed the ones that I needed to change. Are there any number of ways you can do that? That's just my thought process on that. Pertev Gap says, how would I feel if somebody made a H-Doom style mod for Delver? That'd be kind of weird. But again, people make what people make. I'm not going to forbid it. I try to keep Delver pretty lighthearted and pretty family friendly. There is a little bit of violence in it, but I try to keep it pretty silly. Um, uh, Again, people are going to make what people are going to make. Um, Chris says, do multiple slow shots stack the slow? No. So what happens is um, instead of instead of stacking, we just replace. So it'll just reset the timer and the slow amount. Yeah, no problems, Xenorex. Just kind of covering my thought process on how I might do something like that. Michael is heading out. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, Michael. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can motivate you to work on your UI stuff. Um, that's cool. Let me just run this and do some more debug stuff and see where we get. Let's erase that. Let's start again. So okay, wands, ice, okay, monsters, dungeon. Nope. Okay, I'm trying to get a monster that has significant enough health that if I hit it, he doesn't die. So first thing, try to clip him with like the. I think 0.75 feels better because 0.5 felt really quite. Let me try just changing that back. Yeah, because 0.5 felt really slow for some odd reason. So wands, ice, equip monsters, sewer goblin. I'm just trying to clip him with one shot. Yeah, just half speed feels really slow for some odd reason. I think maybe 75 is a better default. Let me just play that again to make sure it feels okay. And yeah, let's do wands, ice, then wands, paralyze. So let's go ahead and spawn in our poor goblin. And if we blast him, yeah. Because if we have let me spawn in another goblin for reference. It's hard to tell when they are or when they are not. Crap. Yeah. So the one that's slow, it definitely does make a difference. Yep. I think that feels good. Let's go ahead and just commit that. Let's call that good. Changes. Whoa. Oh yeah. So let's do. Let's call this further color cleanup. Commit. And then call this tweaking default slow effect speed. Commit. Sync. Yeah, I think earlier in the stream when I was reverting my changes, I I stomped over some changes I had that were not actually committed. They were just on my local directory, so that got reverted. I still need to finish up the effect on the paralyzed wand. I need to finish up some other stuff. But now that I guess now that Chad has enabled, so if we look at here in the history, Chad has allowed missiles to play animations. Um, And it looks like, let me see. So yeah, so they have a play animation. Um, and it looks like they have a start text and end text that we can define. Yeah, so they have these properties. They have end anim text. Um, yeah, so it looks like they have the normal properties for an animated sprite. So I want to animate the particles on the sprites so they are on the wand effects so they look nice. Cool. So that feels better. Thank you, Chris, for calling that out. I'll play a little bit more. We have like 10 minutes left. So this is kind of like open season for if you want to ask questions about anything, feel free to ask now. And I'm just going to play a little bit more. And what can let's play. I'll just try to talk about stuff. And actually, let me go ahead and just jump down to a different area too so we can see what, say, the caves look like. Okay, so I'm going to smash open these and maybe I'll get some cool loot. Okay, I did not. Again, because the loot drop chance of crates is very low. Let's explore the caves. Hopefully I don't die. Ah! Yeah, so I guess that would have been a good place to see, like the spiders move very fast, and it would be interesting to see if slowing them down 75% was sufficient or not. And there's an eye guy right there. I missed him, of course. Another thing too is we were talking about maybe tweaking the spread of the ice. And I think those changes got overwritten too. Let's add our magic. Let's grab some arrows, and let's go ahead and hop on this. Oh, hello there. Hello, I see you. Let's get close and blast you. More arrows, cool. But I need a bow for those arrows to actually do anything. Let's grab the arrows. All right. Okay. A buckler. Let's use that excellent buckler to protect ourselves a little bit. Oh. Got one shot left. Let's make it count. There we go. And back to our wimpy little dagger. Okay, that guy is going to stink. Let's see if I can make him. There we go. Try to draw out his attack. There we go. So I need something better than my dagger right now. That would be nice. Oh, another little worm. Yay, short bow. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's go into archery mode now since I have arrows and a bow. Is it special? It's just an excellent short bow, but it's not magical. That's okay. Crap, he is sniping me. And there we go. Yep. I'm still really happy with how we got the arrows sticking into the walls. I think it's going to really be cool to play as an archer now. Another one of these guys. For some reason, got a stupid bat over there clipped into the floor. Take agility because that helps with bow stuff. Dropped a potion because bats always carry little potions in their belts. FYI. Crap. Ah. Okay. So yeah, because I got. Can I reach that arrow? Yes, but I cannot reach that one. That one's gone. Okay. Spider. We're still seeing some weirdness with. Ooh, nice buckler. We're still seeing some strangeness with some of the arrow collision, but I've not been able to, like, occasionally get stuck in midair like this, and I've not been able to accurately reproduce it. Like is it just because that always gets, well, no, that one, weird. Not sure what's going on with that. I'm not sure, is it because my back's against the wall? No? Is it because something's above my head? I'm trying to see if I can reproduce this issue. Now I have all kinds of arrows. How many? 36. Again, that's probably gonna be something we have to tweak later. Is this whole arrow economy for the players? Because um, I am full of arrows now, so maybe the number they drop at any given time should be lower. Maybe instead of 10, it should be like 6 or 4. I'm not sure. Something to play with. Um, Alex Phone Win says, very nice game, quite cool. Thank you. Yeah, so I guess for those of you who are joining, this is almost the end of my stream. Yeah, fine composite crap. Don't get too, okay. So this is a much better bow. It has the same range as a short bow, but it does more damage and it has better knockback, which is cool. So this is my game Delver. I am one half of the team working on Delver. I do all of the art, so I do all the 2D, 3D art for it. Lately, I've been doing some programming too. The other half of Delver is named Chad. He's the main programmer. He does business. He does a lot of the game design. Yeah, I mean, we're a two-man team. We wear a lot of hats. This is a bit of a passion project. We've been working on this in our free time for. I've been on the project 3 years. Chad's been on the project 4 years. And we are on Steam Early Access, so if you'd like to support us, that's the way you can do it. If you're not in Early Access, you can always wait. Okay, let's go this way. Otherwise, like, or just hanging out with me on my stream and watching it, it's pretty cool. Also, like, you can always tell a friend about my stream or about the game. Either is cool. It helps support us, helps us keep making stuff in the future. I would like to have this game done by next year, so I'm excited by the prospect of moving on to other projects. But I'm also committed to supporting Delver, so one of those things would be getting Steam Workshop integration fully integrated. Right now, the way our mods work is actually pretty darn close to how the final Workshop integration will look. So the mods you make now should be Workshop compatible once we get that lit up. And where am I going? What else? So this is, so every Sunday, weird. Where's the exit? Where's the exit? Oh, up here on the left. So every Sunday I stream development work on Delver. And I do this every Sunday at noon Pacific, and I do it for 2 hours. Today I've streamed for 4 hours. Just to see, because I asked some folks if they'd be interested in that, and the folks seem to be interested, so that's cool. And people kind of pop in, pop out, which is nice. So my next regularly scheduled stream will be next Sunday at noon. Occasionally, I do bonus streams where when I have free time, I will stream some work. Cool, fire wand, let's blow up stuff. But those are pretty infrequent, though this week I've done a bonus stream every day, so yeah, I've been trying to be better about it. What else? Yeah, if you want to know what I'm up to, you can always follow me here on Twitch or on Twitter. That's how you find out when I'm doing these bonus streams. I don't want to blow myself up, so switch it on bow. Excellent iron short sword. That's probably handy. Grab that arrow hanging out there. There's a ring of something. Let's throw it on. Can't hurt, right? And I think it's just about time for me to quit. So let's stop playing. Oh, look at chat. Chat seems to be quiet. So I just want to thank everybody who has supported me by purchasing Delver, and I want to thank everybody in the chat for hanging out and talking to me about all kinds of cool stuff about game dev and programming and art and all that fun stuff. Hopefully today has been informative. Hopefully I will see you guys back next Sunday. Take care and thank you again.